Alrighty then. We are back at it for at least an hour or two. Got a coffee in. Nice warm coffee, full belly of food. And now we get to do some fun stuff. At least I think it's fun. To work on abilities. And by that I mean animations. So we're going to need let's first up, let's go ahead and do some auto attack variations. So we're going to turn auto attack into a combo, and then in combo we're just basically like duplicate this auto attack 0, 2, and then duplicate auto attack 0, 3, and then I have to turn this back to normal. Save all. And then combo reset time I think is like 10 or something high. I think that's what I did with the rogue. Three. I'll put it to 3, like the rogue. Combo sequence, we're going to do war auto 02, war auto 03. And everything's identical to these, we're just changing the animation. So let's go light combo, and whatever this combo set is from, we're going to kind of just utilize these. So I think these ones are from the Cinti Studio stuff. So this is light combo A, light combo B, C, these are probably two-handers. Yeah. Light fencing sword. Nah. Nope. So maybe we can't use some of these. I do think I was going to use some of the what's his name? Not Gideon. It's like lion something maybe. Terra, Yin, Zinx, Greystone. Greystone. Okay, yeah. I'll browse this. Create a montage. This is Warrior Auto 02. And we're just going to switch up the timing a little bit. Let's go start time, end time, .15. Start this at 1.5. I am unmuted, right? Yeah, okay. And let's get some tunes going too. I need some tunes. I'm kind of trying to get hyped here. So let's put Armin and Buren. Essential mix. Good old Armin van Buren and game dev. All right, so this lasts for probably 0.35. So this we slow down, 0.5. Might be fine. This can be even more slow. And then let's look at the attack timing of this one. So the swing ends after about 0.6, 0.75 or so. Oops. Greystone. That's a little too long. 0.3. And then slow down the out. And this is actually like 0.25. All right, let's see how that works. And then what's attack B here? And what's attack C? Let's do this one. Let's try B first. Let's see if that looks okay. It actually would be the opposite. This would be in 2, and this would be in 3. Just a matter of if it looks okay. And so on this auto 2, we have to slow this down a lot. And then this guy starts at what? 0.15. Probably only goes to 2.25. Yeah. And then this one's 0.25. And we'll slow that down. Maybe. Okay. Wait. Now it's doing the... Oh, the crits. Actually, okay, so for crit abilities, interesting. When I have a crit, it's not doing the same thing. Let me go fix this input. Action, auto. Initialize, action, auto. Get casting state. Set action, auto, target. Okay, recast. Animation. Resource change. Action spawn override. So this is still using action spawn, but we're overriding it as an action auto. And so when we get to this, I need data tables. To have a value of auto action. And then we need auto action. It's the action manager. Okay, if this is true, we just go down. False. We go here. And true, we go here. All right, this one's a little bit easier. We can get the action slot. And if it equals auto action, we just go down. Now there's a chance here. We only want to use 0 for the auto action currently, at least. And then if I go to the previous one here, if it's an auto action, we're going to go here. I think I solved it. Let's find out. I don't think that will affect auto actions, but it might. We'll see. All right, we seem to be doing well. So now we can work on timing a bit. Let's move that here, this here. And so on the second one, we need to delay the hit a little bit. Even on the first one, I think I need to delay the hit. All right, this is the first. So definitely, I think it was like .6 or .7. Let's put them all to .7. I might have to reload the character here. That is a little weird. It's starting on 2. Okay, that's too much. Uh, 2 is not enough. Then 3 is too much as well. You know what, I'm going to just do this real quick. I'm going to go to widget root, go to chat menu, and set to hidden. Just to make my life a little clearer. That one's pretty good. That one could be slightly faster. Slightly faster on 3. Slightly longer on 2. That's weird. Why does that seem so slow? Am I doing the wrong thing? I swear it needs to be like 1.5, even though the animation's not 1.5. It's gotta be using the wrong combo. What's going on here? Maybe this is the issue? Or is it... This is so weird. So maybe my combo system does do this. Maybe this needs to be here, this here, and this here. But then I would just play the original twice. That wouldn't make sense. Yeah, it did the original twice, like I thought it would. But it's just very weird that it seems to be starting at 2 for some reason. Alright, here's how I know something's wrong. I set this to like 5. Okay, it's doing... This does not make any sense. Do I still have the wrong animations? This is 2. And this is 3. This is so strange. Maybe I definitely need these. Could that be screwing with it? Why is this being so weird? So that's supposed to be attack 02 with a 5-second delay. And this is going to hit somewhere. So why is this so jacked? Let's go to Rogue. So if for some reason I just did this. This is so weird. Okay, so it's this thing. I think this is the one. So action data auto. Where am I setting this? Get action player. if it's the auto action. Oh, okay, so here's, well, no, that should get the right thing. Ah, okay, so I need to put this here. I think that'll fix it. And then I probably have to fix the other one too. So this just goes here. And this guy goes here. Hmm. Oh, it's by the where you just the drawer, the counter above where you clean that drawer out today. I took it from Tifa. Hmm? What? I said, then that drawer you cleaned out today, above that. That's where your phone is. Oh. I still think there's something weird going on with these. Sometimes when you duplicate a table, Unreal can act kind of funny. And like you're pointing to one reference, but you're not pointing to the one you want. Let me just attempt to restart here. But it's probably not that because each animation is so it's reading from the actual proper data table, but then the action data itself is not. Maybe that's my answer. All right, let me see here. Oh, it's probably not gonna load right. So the first problem, like right off the bat, is let's see if that did it. The thing that's weird right away is it's supposed to do the first combo and it's not. So they all seem out of order. Like that's not the first hit. So something's going on there. Um, oh, maybe we're only setting this once. F set action auto. Okay, so we're setting it when the auto attack starts, not when. I was gonna put this like old or OG. And then let's go into initialize. And we're going to. Actually, no. This is all. That should be actually how we do it, because I'm not using the rotation ruin system in this. I am using the combo system. Although maybe I've never changed the animation data and stuff to this, to the auto attack. All right, so the short answer here is, let me go look at the rogue real quick. Let me see if the rogue is messing up too. Class is, let's put rogue. And let's see if they're messing up. It should be a main hand first and then offhand after. Main hand. offhand, main hand, offhand, main hand, offhand. So why does that not work for the warrior? Oh, I wonder if I just don't have... No, the delay should all be there. Is there some random world where the kits don't have the right auto attack? It can't be right. Auto. Um, so the rogue attack is working as intended. The warrior is not. Oh, I wonder, did I need to set this? I think I might have to do the reset time on all of them as 10. I'm just going to copy this whole thing on each one. For some reason I need that. Maybe that's what it is. This still, that makes 0 sense. Whatsoever. Like, why am I not getting my first attack? The combo cycles through. So, like, let's go. Combo rotation in the action manager. Set action data table. Aha. Here it is. Um, combo list. So let's do this real quick. That's O2. So we're starting with O2. Why? So it seems like it's doing it properly. Because it's the first one, or this is what it's saying is the second, because this comes after. So that's correct. If I break this, let's break that. And we're going to, I'm missing something simple. I know it. Auto attack sword. O2. O3. So this is doing the right thing here. Okay. Key press index is 0. We're not doing location select. Don't care. So again, get action data tables. If it's an auto action, we're just going straight to, oh, actions equipped. Yeah, that should be right. That's auto attack. O2, O3. So it's getting the right stuff there. Animation. Okay, maybe this is off. Animation component. Action auto. So get action player. Okay, so this isn't even. I don't even care about this one yet. Okay. So it is a client-side issue. This is not pulling the right animation here. So currently it's a client-side issue. Get action player. Which also doesn't make much sense to me. Component action manager. Oh, because Alright, I'm gonna try something random then. Let's just go to the rogue. I'm gonna go to the warrior kit. I'm gonna put the rogue auto in. Is there just some setting I'm not seeing? What in the... Okay, so it's gotta be newbie. Rogue auto. It's like I never had any issues with this with the cleric or the rogue. What am I doing wrong? And there's no issues here either. Okay. Maybe I do need them as auto. I'm just gonna take this. This is the offhand. Put this back to warrior. And this number 2. Just gonna paste it here. Oh. And then we're gonna copy that again for 3. And then we're gonna pull up the rogue auto, main hand. Just paste. Put in war 02 and war 03. Now hope for the best. I'm missing some sort of setting. I don't know what though. So best way to resolve that is okay, so the animations are okay, so it might be working now. Let's go. I think it's sword light. This one's supposed to be war auto 03. This one's the opposite. War Auto 02. And then Sword Light. I think it's this one. Is 01. And it still is not working. This is baffling me. The rogue works. Let's go back to the cleric. Is it just a 2 ability thing? That's why it works. Set the combo. So I guess overall, the only thing I find really strange is the order of animations is off. Which leads me to believe other stuff is off. Even though the rogue one is working just fine. So the rogue one starts with a main hand attack, which is that one. Main hand, offhand. Main hand, offhand. And so rogue auto it does not start with a okay, so it is fucked. So this is actually reversed, so it is fucked. I just didn't notice. All right, well, I'll just reverse things a little bit. We're going to put all right, so the warrior auto, we're going to just revert this one. We're going to revert this one. And it's back to normal. And then we're going to copy this. And then paste and paste. So it's just purely cosmetic right now. I'll go into trying fixing it somewhere else some other time. But O2 is going to be the light sword. O3 is going to be the war auto O2. And then the first one's going to be war auto O3. Oh, I need to go back to the other class. All right, let me note this bug down somewhere. Oh yeah, that's tomorrow. 4 a.m. Wow, okay. Fix weird auto attack rotation stuff. First auto attack is using slot 1. Unless, maybe that is how I set it up. Maybe I am supposed to do, so auto combo. Maybe I am supposed to put myself here and then auto war O2, O3. I don't really think so. Let me look at my other, No, this is all set up right. This is a very strange bug I'm getting. But it kind of seems like it's almost client-side related. Which is even weirder. Because if we print the end animation here, this is the client. And then we print this here as the server. Okay, auto 3, 03, 03. Oh, 10. So 03. See, it's off. So why is that? This could be a little bit of a start to my animation bug I've been having. And so it's actually something I might want to take a second for. So the get action player is different. How is that different on the client than the server? So here we do get action player. It's auto action. Action auto. Aha. I need to be doing this. And that one should be fine. Let's see if we made any progress. All right, so now I think I'm screwing myself up. So because I set this one to the wrong thing. So this one is supposed to be this. Then 2 is supposed to be this. And 3 is supposed to be 02. There we go. Now, why is it doing that? It's doing 2 of the same? Why is it doing 2 of the same? Ah, I still had that in there. Alright, so hopefully I fix this. I'm glad I caught that. And most classes wouldn't have seen anything different, but... Okay, it didn't fix it at all. Let's see if this is going properly now. Are these in sync again? No, they're not. So already they're off. So why would that be? And the server's correct. Server's the light combo. I wonder if this needs to just be... I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I used this for... Yeah. I do use it for auto, I think. So this is pulling something different from the server than the client. Why is that? The server comes through as get action player. I need to go potty real quick. BRB. Okay. Action equip. So we're setting these variables. This is supposed to run on both client and server. Does it? Client and server. Correct. And 0 is there, which is if we let's randomly take this action break. Let's go to UI. We're gonna make sure the names match up on client and server. All right, let's make that a little longer, shall we? Take some coffee. All right, to the auto. So one, I have a name issue there. 2, auto attack sword, auto attack sword. They both get the auto attack sword. Let me just see this one thing here. Just make sure everything's loading right. So 0, auto attack sword, auto attack sword. Yeah, it looked right. I gotta need more. So auto attack sword 0, 0. There's no zeros over here. I'm looking for anything that might overwrite it. And we're all good. So this is technically set right on client and server. But it's reading different values somehow. I might just move on from this. So the first one, are off. It's light combo oath, and then the client is auto 3. Then the server's auto 3, the client's O2, and then the server's O2, the client's O light. To me, it sounds like the client is getting the potential combo updates earlier. The replication of the combo is coming in before the animation comes through. To me. Combo reset check. So it might be that simple. Am I going to get lucky and it's just an order events thing? But that would all happen in what's a function, so it's all happening in the same frame. So I don't think that's going to make any change. No. Okay, so this is just resetting. So if it's the last combo, it'll reset back to the original, okay? Then we trigger the animation. So this is relevant. Let me just double check here. This is the light sword. It must be somewhere in the setting of this. Get action player. So maybe this is just not using the right but how does the client know what combo is on what? Are the combo things replicated? This is the crazy thing because the server identifies the right one. Action manager, action player. But then for some reason when we're replicating, the client is getting the wrong thing. Or it's getting the next value. And so why, and I don't even understand where it's detecting the change in. Okay, so action auto, does this get, where does this get set? So is this being updated every whatever? So we updated it. Okay, so it's all happening in the same frame. Okay, so that's what's happening. The auto gets updated. So I wonder if I can delay the set variable. Action set variable. And is this replicated? Where the heck is this being called? This is crazy. Is it equip? Am I calling this now? Does this get changed every combo? Okay. So auto. Set action data table. And so this comes through and it's updating, equipping and updating whatever. Combo rotation. Set data table. Okay, so this is what's causing it to happen. So combo rotation. If we go to input, combo rotation. Basically, I need to delay the combo rotation to like the next frame or something. So if I delay this slightly, let's see if it works. There we go. 0303, 0202. Let's see if delay next frame, next tick works instead. Nope. Let's just do a flat delay. We'll try just 0. Nope. Okay. .1. That's pretty much guaranteed at that point. There we go. All right. Well, fixed kind of bug. That's other stuff. Chantered. investigated, solved an auto attack animation bug that had the server and client out of sync. All right, it's kind of hacky. Can this be removed? All right, I got down to the bottom of that. And then I'll quickly go to the rogue and fix his, because his main hand and offhand we're having the same problem. So we're going to copy this one, do that one there, paste that there, and then plop that there. Save all. And then I'll quickly check the rogue now. And so main hand should now hit first, and then offhand. Main hand, offhand. Main hand, offhand. Main hand, offhand. Okay. Well, that's one animation bug down. That's cool. I have a few others to get going. And then I'll note down here, to-do list, animation bug possibilities. Server functions or updating clients before client plays correct animation. So those print strings. This is, let's see if there's any. I don't think there's any other print strings here to clean up. Display fab fail. Close out of tabs. All right, I've fixed it. I'm happy. So now I can hopefully properly, time these things. So I'm going to add one more of these. Light combo 01 or whatever. Light combo. Oop. Why is it picking return to idle when I'm clearly not choosing that? Oh, it's not. Okay. All right, so that's why that has that. Okay. Maybe I try that on the other ones. I don't know if there has that or not, but like .3 and start of .3. Slow this down to .5. Put this to .5. Like combo .5. Play rate, maybe .35. And then speed boost this a little. Eh, 1.25. Okay, let's squeeze out another fraction here. Yeah. It's better. And then war 03. Alright, so the damage should hit at about .84. And the timing on this is like usually a little, let's go like .75. And now this one is, this one needs to be fixed slightly. End time is .125. And we can definitely slow this one down a little. That's too slow. .55. And this can be sped up slightly. 1.1. 1.25. And then Greystone return or recovery. B slow recovery. And then O2. Oh, okay. I need the O3. A slow recovery. And this guy is, can go .125. Maybe slow this down slightly. And now this can be probably 1. And this is O2, which is here. So the slice is going to hit around .5. .45. And now this guy is around okay, this can literally be like .2. And we'll slow it down a little more. Maybe not that much. And then .6 or so. I am a whopping almost 2 hours in, and I have not even finished the practically cosmetic warrior auto attack. So that's always fun. And to track down some bug. And I mean, it's a good thing I did track down the bugs, but kind of funny. Oh, sorry, Umbra. I am so sorry. I did not have my chat open properly. I don't know if you're still there, but all right. First one's a little slow. Wind up here is a bit slow. So .5, and then the whoosh can go over here. Oh, the stream finished? I must have glitched out. That's weird. At least it says for me it's been going on for 2 hours. I don't know if it messed up for you or what, but or maybe I reconnected. I don't know. All right. So the weird bug was, you maybe heard me explain a little bit, but so I have like ignore my whole rotation system, right? In vertical third, I have your standard combo system. So you push like in any action combat game, you push a button once, it does like a light attack. You push it again, it does a medium attack, and then 3, it does like a heavy attack or something, right? So 1, 2, 3 combo. And I also have it on your auto attacks. So your auto attack can rotate through that as well, if you wanted to. And for some reason, the animation being played on the server was different than the animation being played on the client, for whatever reason. And so they were kind of out of sync, which meant the abilities are out of sync. And how vertical third handles that stuff is I'm not replicating the animation itself. I'm just making sure every client has all their abilities loaded. So like if we had 5 people in the game, everyone would have that player's abilities loaded. And you need that for simulating on the client. And so as long as everyone's abilities are properly loaded, and all you have to do is push a button, and you can just say, hey, they pushed a button, which button they push, read from that their abilities, and then execute that ability and like simulate it on the client type thing. And what was happening was as my auto attack, because I use functions everywhere, right? It's good code and clean code to use functions, because functions always finish in a single frame. And so my auto attack, when it would trigger, it would send off the animation, but at the same time it's updating everyone connected that has the auto attack to saying, hey everyone, this person's now on combo 2 of their rotation, update your abilities. And so the client would receive the update before playing the original animation. So I had to add in, it's not, adding delays everywhere is kind of bad code, but for now it's a patch fix, or a scratch fix or whatever. And so I did after the auto attack initializes, I do like a 0.2 delay before updating the combo to go to the next ability for all clients. And so now they're properly in sync. And so what was happening is like I would go and do my first auto attack, and the data of the auto attack on that ability was correct and executing on the server, but then the client was playing the next animation in line because it received the update and stuff. And so now I'm just figuring out timing a little bit. How's my MMO, Ice Craig? It's going quite nice. How are you doing? So so this month is working on trying to flush out classes. At least like, if you haven't, I don't know if you've been watching, but I have a rotation ruin system in the game, and the goal is to slow down combat and do more abilities with less buttons type thing. And then also I'm trying to make you have good like decision making and stuff. And so I basically finished all the warriors abilities today, and I've completed the enchanter already, and now it's the warrior today, and now I'm just polishing up some animations. And so you can see here I'm on rotation ruin 1 right now, and it's red, which means this is a crit. And so if I hit like shield block, it's like a critical cast of an ability. So now normally it's a 30-second ability that does, I think, 20% block chance or something, and so the crit made it do a 60-second ability with a 40% block chance buff. And so now I'm at rotation ruin 3. And if I use the same button, shield block, now it's like a damage resist all buff for 30 seconds. And so your abilities change based on your ruins. If I do a Q 3, it's a double attack. And so now I have a crit. That same button Q at 3, now it's a giant leap attack. So you're kind of like, you're actively thinking about what buttons you want to press and when to do them. That type of thing. And so like right here, I have Enrage. An R3 Enrage is an AoE taunt. And some of the cooldowns are long, so I have to like rotate through them. I have a stagger hit. The stagger one's pretty basic. It's just a bunch of stagger abilities at different efficiency levels. I got like a surge of endurance buff, and I'm working on animations. There's like I can do my pull, and then I think it's pull. Which one is my knockback? I can do pull, knockback. So it's like you're thinking about combos and stuff, and as a warrior trying to like heavily position monsters, right? That's your one of your roles. So I can pull it, and then if I needed to, I can knock it back into position, and then everyone can start fighting it over here, type thing. And then you have like AoE abilities too. I think this one, I made one cool ability today that was so on my R1, this is like a stagger buff. Regens your stagger. These are going to be like 5-minute or 10-minute cooldowns. They're like your oh shit buttons. And so an R1 is regenerates your stamina, and it doubles the value if you have a crit. An R2 is like a fortify, so I get like 80% damage reduction here, but if I move, it cancels it. So it's like different types of oh shit buttons. So if you have aggro on everything, then you can pop that one. And then the last one, what is the last one? I think the last one is the last one. Maybe it's the ally thing. I did do that. Do new death screen. I think my R3 there is I think it's the it basically I take ally damage, so protect allies, yeah. And so Basically, it's a buff that anyone that has that buff. So the critical version is an area effect, and it's a charge, or a shout, I should say. And all the damage from the, you're like, I think I do like a 60% or 50% damage that goes to your allies goes to you instead. And then if you have a so-called 3, a normal one, it's just one target. Yeah, it's a single target. The next playtest is at the end of the month, Umbra. The death screen sound effect and visuals are so good. Awesome. I love it. Thank you. I worked a long time on that one. I really wanted a nice death animation. And so like the enrage buff here too, like the R1 is raised, the standard you grow in size, but it's just a power buff for you. And then the crit version would double the power. And then the R2, the R2, I think it's a knockback. Yeah, it's AoE knockback. And then R3 of the enrage is, and so like on the tooltips, I'm like trying to sort of, you can see, I'm gonna have to redesign tooltips for these obviously, but I'm trying to tell you at least at this stage of what everything could be. I'd have to fix that. There's a bug there, not a bug, but wrong data. So in R3 of this is your armor buff. Wait, what? Oh, that's the snare. I'm sorry. I had that marked wrong. I think. I'm confused now. Yeah, that's right. That's the snare. Oh, I'm pushing the wrong thing. I meant... So this is... Yeah, that's the knockback. It's an AoE threat on their rage. And here we die again. Yeah, the pulling ability. I spent a good amount of time to get that right, because as a tank player myself, I wanted that to feel really good. Yeah, I have a soft spot for tanks because I play a lot of tanks. Will there be a system for making groups with different people, like a crew and fighting different crews? That'd been a great feature for later options in the game. I mean, I already have a group system. Now guilds will obviously be in there eventually, but I already have a group system. That's been in since like day one. And so like you can invite, I think I have like a 6 to 8 player max or something. I don't even know what the max amount of people in a group is. But then you get like bonus experience, and you get I even have a game mechanic for grouping. I call it the strength in numbers buff. And so by default, when you're fighting monsters, anything that any when it comes to any type of like character to monster interaction, whoever's higher or lower level will have additional miss and damage penalties based on if you're lower level than that kind of monster. And same thing goes for, you know, the monster against you. So the monster's higher level than you, it's going to hit you harder. You can't hit it as often because you're going to have like increased chance to miss and dodge and stuff, and your damage is going to be reduced. Yeah, no problem. I'm just like, yeah, saying it. Basically, we had a group system in vertical third, and so I've just been modifying it and expanding it from that type thing. Okay, enrage on. There we go. So that's the AoE threat generator right there. And then we got like what's shield bash? So that's a stun, an R3 stun, or E3 stun, I should say. And then, yeah, knockback. And then the E1 crit is a silence instead of a... and then you got like threatening strike. That was double attack. So yeah, like there's a lot of... Basically, there's potentially, even though there's only 8 buttons here, you have potential for up to 48 abilities. Because of the crit system as well. It's three, you know, each one has... each button has an R1 to R2, R3, but then they also have a crit R1, crit R2, crit R3, and I have full individual control of each one. And so in the enchanter, sometimes I swap out like full abilities. For the warrior, there's a lot of more. Sometimes they're so I need to fix that shield bash. I messed up something there. Let's go shield bash. I put the description somewhere wrong. What? What was the enchanter? I'll show you the enchanter. I'll fix this after. So one of the goals of our combat, right, is, like I've mentioned, we want it to be slower paced. We want you to be able to just like chill out, talk with friends in combat. I reference a lot of the fact of modern MMOs in combat have APM or actions per minute that rival like StarCraft players and stuff. And that's always going to have been the gold standard for like crazy button pressing per minute. And when you're in combat in an MMO, you're spamming your abilities like crazy. And I'm sure everyone here can say that their hands get tired after a while. And so what that means, and we all, the other aspect is we don't want AoE grinding. We're a very crowd control heavy game. So if you pull 5 things into the camp or to your group, you're going to want to crowd control 4 of them and single target 1 of them. And that's just how a lot of EverQuest type games play out. And so enchanters are kind of the crowd control masters. And they have what's called mesmerize or sleep from other games. And so all it does, if you aggro something, it acts just like a sleep. And so different arts, you know, R values or rotation ruins will make a longer one or shorter one. And if they take damage, obviously they wake up. So your team has to be careful not to accidentally damage that and mess things up. What's interesting about the enchanter is the base for most classes is you auto attack to rotate through your ruins. The enchanter is more of a combo-ish system because I'm gonna let this thing de-aggro or respawn. Okay. All right. You're gonna be like that. I have my chat box hidden right now, and so as you saw with the warrior, every time you auto attack, he would rotate through his ruins. Because the enchanter has a pet, I said, okay, the enchanter is going to be different and not have an auto attack. So they have to rotate through the ruins differently. EverQuest, there's like a lot of things about sitting to meditate. So one of the ways they get through their rotations is by just sitting and letting them rotate. It gives a lot of player agency on how to cast their spells and which ones they want to cast. But then every time they cast the spell, it also rotates through the ruins as well. And so I love this part of the enchanter is the pets. So an R1 pet is a sword shield. An R2 pet is kind of the axe. Obviously sword shields has additional threat. The axe actually casts interrupt every so often, so it's kind of like a bruiser. And then let me just randomly mez this. So you can see on the mez, a crit mez is an area effect, and I was able to select an area. So it's very customizable, changing things around. And now if I go to an R3 pet, it is a duelist. So it's a dual wielder. And that works well because they hit fast. And then I can put a proc on him that gives him a chance to proc stagger. You can see it kind of going off there. But so this is where it gets into the interesting parts, right? Now my R1 crit pet is now a different warrior. Now he's a mace shield pet, and he's been buffed up and empowered. So I call him empowered warrior. And so you can see this how this is going. It's like there's a lot of depth in how these things can play out. So I rotated around, got my my kind of R2, and cast. So now it's an empowered marauder. And so instead of an axe, it's a mace pet, and so he's empowered, has more damage and stuff. And the same thing goes for R3 here. What's your thought on Clash of Clans and Supercell? I've never been much of a mobile player. They don't have charm yet because I haven't integrated the charm mechanic. And so here we go. Now the R3 pet, instead of 2 swords, now it's 2 scythe looking things. And so we have we have a clarity mana regen buff. We have the haste buff. And then we have a lot of memory blur stuff. So your kind of your R1 memory blur is between yourself and the target to reduce your aggro there. Your R2 is actually targeting an ally and using both ally enemy targets, and you can reduce the threat between those two. So obviously if a cleric has aggro, you can reduce their threat there. And R3 is the opposite. So this is for the tank, and you can actually increase the tank's threat to the target. So it's kind of like playing around with a lot of threat variations of stuff. Then you have your stuns. R1, R2, R3 are just longer duration stuns. And then the crit ones are just different ways of AoE. And so the R1 AoE, and this is kind of similar right now with the Mez, but R1 crit AoE is around you. So like a PB AoE type thing. The R2 crit is a targeted AoE stun. So it's like the more control you have over where the stun is, the higher the ruin is, which actually increases the cost. So you can see it targeted there instead of around me. And then finally, the R3 crit mez is, like you saw earlier, I can actually choose where to place it. And so now I get a ground targeting thing. I can just cast it there. And the rotation into ruins as well. R1 is always going to be your most mana efficient. So when you really need to pinch your mana, you can stick to R1s. And then R3s are more for burst or like time efficiency and things. It's like one's mana efficient, and you can get cheap spells, or damage per mana type thing is very cheap, whereas R3s are more expensive, but they're time time efficient. And so we like I said, we have stagger mechanics. So if you're behind a monster, they take 20% more damage, and then if they get staggered, the stagger bar is full, they get stunned for 5 seconds and take 20% more increased damage. So the idea there is you kind of save your big damage, R3 crit ability. You can kind of prepare yourself when it's about to be staggered, get in position behind the target, and just kind of let loose type thing. So it's a part of strategy and planning in these things. And then we also have, and so we have 3 different weapon procs too. So an R1 is stagger, because I want stagger to be really big part of the game. R2 is actually just a kind of your standard damage proc type thing. And like then you have group versions of the spells and stuff too. So there, you just proc damage. And then the last one is, what was the last one again? A power buff. That's what the last one is. So they can enchant everyone with power. Power in my game and stuff is basically weapon damage. So you're adding weapon damage to everyone. And it's flat damage added to all your attacks and stuff. And then they have enchant armor, which is basically little proc hits. They're kind of meant to be little like preemptively casting oh shit buttons in a way. And the first one was the first one. So for 3 hits, I get reduced damage. And so it's like the enchanter ruin type thing. So I normally get hit for like 10 here. So it's now 5, 6. I dodged an 8 and it's gone. You know, and then it's back up to 11. The next one is mesmerize. So when he hits me, automatically gets mezzed. And you can cast that on anyone. Take care, gotta go. Alright, thanks, bro. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, end of the month. 28th to 31st is the next playtest. And then finally, the last one, what is the last one? Mana. So, boom. You know, basically it costs a bunch of mana to cast, but you can basically have a way to give clerics and stuff mana if they in a fight. Basically, you know, the idea is you don't basically out of the mana and they got aggro somehow. Something will come over there, smack them, they get a bunch of mana back. But it's only one use, so you have to recast it after that type thing. So really trying to like fill out that theme of the enchanter, and you're trying to enchant things. Like the it's not invisible warrior anymore; it's animate steel. So you're actually using magic to have these weapons and stuff come to life. In the future, I'll have like magic casters and stuff that you can animate as well. And different, just a whole bunch of different like weapon procs and stuff, and different armor procs for oh shit buttons and these things. As yeah, that's the enchanter. I'm going back to the warrior because I still have animations to do. Yeah, and so I'm sure there's the other systems, like so that's the combat system, right? I'm not sure if you've seen me, but we have 2 other systems at play. So we have the Registry of Chronicles now, and this is our take on merging questing and achievements. And so instead of getting stupid fetch quests that you have to go pick up and return, you just go out and do those things. And so if you want to go kill 10 bears, you get a bonus experience, right? These type of things. I think I even got some bonus XP for dying. And so boom, just bonus XP and stuff. Right now it's just experience, but in the future you might be getting abilities, crafting things, items, loot, like you name it. It's also like it's personal loot to your character class. So maybe you're at, you know, some wolf, like a spider camp, right? And you don't need anything from there. You might be with a group killing a bunch, or like I guess I use the undead analogy. Maybe you're a cleric killing a bunch of undead with their team, but you don't need anything from that camp. But killing 100 undead will give you smite undead type thing. You know, so it's trying to play around that. Then, as you saw, we have a camp, like we're going all in on camps, so EverQuest style camps. And so the whole idea here is you just go from camp to camp, and you farm a bunch of boot from a loot or an experience, and you can go after different like rare monster. In the end, every camp will have like 3 to 5 different bosses that spawn that drop different loot. themselves. So you're going to be like wanting to camp these things for stuff. And those pieces of gear that drop will be crafting items into, you know, later, like, higher level loot. So you're going to want to actually, oh, thank you, yeah. I obviously did a screenshot of the actual, like an orthographic screenshot of the world we have. And then I did a little bit of filters in Photoshop to get it like that kind of look. And yeah, you can move it too. So it's like, I might even make it so like you can shrink it a little bit more, and maybe that I just have that as a mini map as well if you want it to. And the next thing, yeah, we are like, that is our, we've like kind of figured it out. That is our gameplay loop, is just camping the different places and like loot hunting, right? And there's going to be a lot of different bosses. Then we're going to try and make sure that the bosses feel really fun and interesting and challenging. And this goes into our crafting, which is, there's a crafting trait skill called Metamorphosis. And every time you're farming monsters, they drop essence of some sort. And then you can make crystals. These crystals will allow you to increase the level of those camps. And so say like every camp in this zone is 10 to 14. But if you're sitting there farming them for a while, you're going to be getting essence and crystals to increase the level. So you could be level 15, but give up this place plus 5, and now it's spawning levels 15s to 19 type thing. And then as you increase the levels, their loot gets better, the experience stays relevant, and at some point, the bosses will start turning into like fabled bosses and drop even like empowered loot type thing. So we've kind of like, between the rotation rune system with combats, Registry Chronicles, and then our camp system, that's kind of like the core gameplay loop that we feel like is pretty strong. We have a dungeon, but it's just got a raid boss. That's all it has. That's all it has. So like the focus right now has what we did. I'll show you this part. So I think it was like 2 months ago, maybe, we launched this for the first time, which was, I'll show you the whole level. Please stand by. It's the first time I loaded the level today, so it's taking a while. So the map you just saw is, this is the main area that we've had for quite some time. And so this is the area we've play tested on, several times over. And I was always kind of frustrated with the flow, because this is like, we'd start right here, and then you'd always have like this same path all over time. And it's just like, it felt very frustrating. So I then went and created a newbie yard. And so the flow is kind of much better. You start out in this little cave, and obviously, like, please, like, this cave is like very prototyped. It's just a general idea of almost like a dark elf starting area in a cave, cool town, kind of pretty colors, interesting cave. This whole like area is probably going to be expanded in the future, because I want people that want to just like look around and explore, be able to like read books and click on things right when they're level 1 and get experience, because we have exploration in the game now. That goes back to the Registry of Chronicles. And you start off, you get like a little tooltips and stuff from combat, and you fight some target dummies right away. And so I'm trying to answer like, do you like the art style a little bit, with in quotations, because we're using marketplace assets, so don't judge us too harshly. but how does the gameplay feel for movement feel like, and then how does combat? Because those are like the three things that like people are judging indie MMOs right now. So I'm trying to solve that within the first 5 to 10 minutes of playing. You walk up here, come out here. Big point of interest. This is our kind of way of tutorializing exploration. So you're obviously going to be drawn to this as you come up here and look around. There's like a little mirror puzzle, and choosing the right mirror will teleport you up to the top and give you some exploration XP. This is like a field of animals to like start you off killing stuff. Every time you see like one of these in the editor, that's a patrol path. Those are pretty much, that's our way of trying to disrupt your kind of camp. And patrols are always the highest level in the area, and they typically have the chance to be a placeholder for a boss. And so if you're not careful, those can like really disrupt your group. And so we have a goblin camp here, we have a spider camp here, a bandit camp, undead camp, a ghost camp. Obviously, this is a extremely trash little dungeon thing. I put that together in like 10 minutes or something. These are mainly for me identifying tools I need for like procedural stuff, like procedurally creating different cave systems and procedurally creating different dungeon type style stuff. So it's like me putting down a checkbox of like, hey, here's how we can do things in the future. Because this is like we cut a hole in the landscape to be able to do this type of thing, and then you make a static mesh styled entrance to something, and then finally orc camp. And then I think we have like right now the loot's kind of limited, but we have at least like special loot. But there's bosses in each of these. So there's like a goblin boss there, a spider boss, a bandit boss, a ghost boss, a skeleton boss, and an orc boss. And then a boar boss. This pathing here is for a boar. Same with this one. And then you have your crafting town here with different crafting stations that you need to do. I'm back and forth on how I want crafting like skilling up to be. There's parts where I don't like New World got a little bit overwhelming to me and made me not want to like participate in the in that too much. So I'm back and forth. I might make like faction vendors for trade skilling, and then you get your faction like almost like a blacksmith guild, and then you get your faction up with that guild, and so that gets rid of a little bit of the tedious 70,000 of this useless item that just gets sold off, that type of thing. I'll show you a preview, and no one's actually tried to raid the boss yet. We had one guy that cheesed it, and basically I've temporarily turned off require line of sight, and so he sat inside the castle and just cheesed it. Let me see here, Vera Vin preview. I'll link that if you want to watch it on your side. It's like a little tiny preview. I think there is music, but so it's a little bit of a copy pasta dragon fight, or not really copy pasta, but standard stuff like flame breath. You saw the big meteors coming down, and then he spawns a bunch of dragon whelps. All those dragon whelps kind of have to be killed, and if they don't, they'll all explode. They start growing in size, getting power, and then they explode if you don't kill them in time. And a bunch of melee swipes and stuff. I don't think that dragon model had a tail swipe, so I couldn't do that yet. But Yeah. So that was the start of the dungeon. Now, obviously, in the future, that dragon raid is probably going to be at the very bottom of the dungeon, and then there'll be like a lower gook type thing at the top side. Um, all right, let me go back to the mechanics testing level. And then one of my warrior abilities here is not set right. Why is this doing this? Oh, that's not shield bash. That's armor break. Break armor. Oh well, thank you for that. Um, I appreciate it. We're chugging along, and like again, we're 1,000% focused on gameplay, and so we're not diving into art stuff um, because we want to focus everything on what makes us unique as a game and all that stuff. So we're trying to figure out, you know, every MMO in development right now has their like niche thing they're trying to do, and I figure out when we made that like 2 months ago when we did that playtest, the newbie art really stamped in my eyes. Um, like our camp system, Registry of Chronicles, and the rotation ruins kind of. Yeah, no, totally. Um, and then as you can see, like here, I have done tests. So this is my first, like very, very, very rough attempt to create a unique character model. And these are the armor and stuff is Cinti stuff or marketplace. But I made this. And you can see there's like a little bit of cell shading. There is an outline coming around. And then I'm trying to do like elevated low poly. And so we're trying to get a little bit of anatomy out of the low poly lines. And just experimenting with that. And then we're going to do like simplified hands. So just thumb, index, hand flap. And then no toes, like just big toe type thing. Because performance and stuff is a huge thing for us, right? Like we really want to be a game that has incredible performance. Because we want that to be one of our highlights of if you have kind of a low-end computer, you can actually come to us and enjoy yourself. But yeah, so we are experimenting in the future, and like this is it might be something I'll work on maybe next month or the month after that. I don't know. Um, but because I'm trying to get the classes done this month, at least first pass. Some of the abilities are kind of the R1, R2s, and R3s. Like they're a little bit redundant or not very exciting, and so I'm kind of like getting some of the basics in for each class and making sure they all have 8 buttons. And so, um, and we are people that like we love the old stuff, but we believe that they should be modernized. And we don't want 5-hour corpse runs. We don't want to, have a lantern to see at night. We want a map. You don't want to be lost. We want a map. Um, um, all these things, right? And fast travel. This is our fast travel. Oh, this character doesn't have it. Let me put, what NPC? What's the fast travel? Tutorial, fast travel. And so in the future we'll have like, I'm trying to be like a little bit RPG-like in the chat stuff, but with very simplified text and things. And so it sounds like you're an EverQuest person, right? So I did my fast travel is a spin-off on Firepots. And so this will be like local travel. And so I'm not going to go into this, but it would basically, if you saw the newbie yard, it would teleport you to those little pads with ruins. And so going here would bring me to the tavern. Yeah, the quality of life just needed. And then this would bring you back to the crafting town in the newbie yard. And then that would bring you to the tavern in the other area. The M&M, okay, yeah. And, yeah, it's just, and like, Monster's Leash. So if you aggro something that could kill you, just run away, that type of thing. All right, so we have the auto attack. I've been spending most of this entire session today on this auto attack, at least this stream. Before I did other stuff, I got 3 of the abilities designed. I had to do some custom work on, I think, the protect ally stuff. All right, so now we're going to try and do some work on hit effect stuff. Are you using performance build of UE like Vite Fork? No. It's pretty much out of the box Unreal and vertical third. If you aren't familiar, I previously created vertical third. It's a massive game architecture for Unreal. Made it from 2019 to 2022. We got $100,000 in awards from the Epic Mega Grant system for it, and we sell it on Fab for $20 right now. And that is powering vertical third is powering on Ruins of Tearyn. And so we're trying to create that model of like Fortnite and Unreal, where they build Fortnite, but they also build Unreal. Their experience with Fortnite makes Unreal better, type thing. And so we're trying to do the same thing. What better way to prove your tech than with an indie MMO, right? So we're trying to show off the capabilities of, because like we've only been working on this like less than part-time since early 2025. Like the project started in 2024 at the very end. And we had an online demo that we did on the Epic live stream in like March. It was like 3 or 4 months. We were playing online with people. That's the stream over here. Unreal Ruins of Tearyn. I don't know if you ever caught this, but that's the game direction. You've kind of like overall game direction and stuff. And then if you're into game tech stuff, I'll link you my other videos. Like I did, this is our tech stack for our MMO, and then vertical third. I did, if you want a breakdown of like what a game architecture is, what we're trying to like push as game tech is game architectures. And that one is good for like that game architecture video, no matter what engine you're using, even if you're not using vertical third, is a good watch. Because that's just like the logical first step to game workflows and improving times and money and costs was game engines. Because no one wants to spend 3 to 5 years building their game engine before they do a game. And so now the next step is game architectures. And that gives you this solid foundation of design that's, optimized, no like limited or no edge cases, has tons of like foundational systems in place that you can just modify. And it goes to the same thing like does every game developer in the world need to make a collect quest? I don't think so. I think we're at a stage where if we just get handed a quest system that has a collect quest, a kill quest, a delivery quest, like we don't need to innovate on those, and like we should just be given the roots of those kind of systems. And keep in mind, Vertical Third was never like venture backed or anything like that, so we had predominant time building it from 2019 to 2022, and then it's not like profitable anyway. So we've done some updates over the years, but after 2022 we did some updates to the end of the year. Then in 2023 we got hired by Epic to do the Coursera course, and so that was like super time consuming. And so we haven't done some updates recently, but we have a lot of plans in the future when we get a little bit more stable with things. And I'm still looking for my next position, role, contract, gig, you name it, because our industry is kind of on fire right now. All right. Meanwhile, trying to get 3 different games published and hit on one. uh, we're at a stage where like we started an MMO project because we had vertical third. If we didn't have vertical third, we definitely would have started this project. But we're like, okay, we need different eggs in the basket. So vertical third is our $2 to $3 million project, 5-year development cycle, for like a 5-person team, and then we have a separate project that's more like $600,000 to $700,000. That's just like a 2-person team for 3 years, and then we have like a $200K project that's like 1 year or less. That basically is just me for the most part. So yeah, we got our eggs in the basket and our work cut out for us. But right now I'm committed to at least, even if it's I'm committed to trying to do a month, because we get free server hours every month through PlayFab. I'm trying to just use up my free hours and get whatever changes I can in. Some months might be really light. I want to get in, but other months will be more. But trying to just do monthly playtests at the end of the month. And I have free hours, might as well use them. And just keep pushing forward. And so this month, I was like, okay, I've been working on systems mostly lately, and that was the camp system and the Registry of Chronicles. And now it's kind of time for making sure the classes and the combat system is like readable and interesting. Nice. I want to make an Indie MMO, but not inspired by EQ or WoW, more inspired by Darker and Darker. That's cool. Um, MMOs today, um, you have to go niche, right? You have to do, you have to be very, very niche. And like right away, you're kind of looking at something like Mortal Online, right? That's basically darker and darker MMO. Um, unless you mean by the term MMO, you don't mean like an MMORPG like Iku or WoW, just like a online multiplayer game, or yeah, I was gonna say more online is pretty much darker and darker the MMO. All right, what am I doing? Auto attack. Um, I need to change the targeting. Location is on the action. Excuse me, target actor. And just do target actor socket on this one. Socket name, socket core. And I need to copy that to these two. No, not wrong one. Location. There we go. And then we need to change up this VFX because this VFX is not working. Let's see if this one changes based on size. I actually like, so I don't like playing a lot of extraction games, but they interest me a lot from a design perspective, and I really don't think, I feel like a lot of them are a little blinded by the full loot extraction stuff. I think that if they could casualize it a lot, I feel like extraction games they need to make it more about the competitive experience and less about the loot and stuff. And I feel like if they got to the point where like acquiring your loot was just part of the leveling process, and then every high end has all like the good stuff, and then it becomes more of a League of Legends and climbing ranked. I think that's going to take the next extraction game farther. All right. Let me. Do we have a strike or something? Let me look at the. I watch a lot of I watch like So Bad and Katie and um uh what's the other guy? I watch them a lot doing Dark and Darker because even though I hate playing the game, I love some of the community around it. I love some of the skill aspect to it. Um, I'm always like thinking of other game ideas, you know. And I forget the other guy I watch that does Dark and Darker. Um, I can't find him. What the heck? Yami. I watch Yami too. Um, I want large procedural dungeons where you may or may not bump into other players. They will focus more on PvE. Yeah. Procedural dungeons, I'm sure that topic must have come up in the community on what the players think about that. Um, the problem with that on like a competitive, like this is my off the top of my head thinking, because I've thought of this too. In any competitive space, knowing where you are and where to go can be part of the skill depth to the game. And if no one knows where they're going or what's happening, it can feel like less skillful. Which is why a lot of and like you can't plan. There's less planning you can do and strategizing you can do because you just don't know the layout. Now you could like offset that with like a map system again. Like maybe there's a map that maybe you have to collect them, find the map, and then you have access to see where everything is. There's ways you could counter design that, but think of any competitive game, right? Every single one of them has predetermined maps for kind of for a reason. League does all the StarCraft and Warcraft maps. Players get very familiar on those and know the strategies of those maps. In Darker and Darker, they know exactly where to go. At least the top players, and how to like flank. You know, flanking is obviously a huge thing in PvP. So think about things like that. Again, not saying it's a bad idea. It's just potential design hurdles to have other systems or features around. All right, velocity from point is going to be like 100 to 200. We're going to scale the color. This is going to be my melee strike thing. I would try to avoid encouraging sweating gamers competing at high level. Perform more casual dungeon exploration with a bit of PvP. I mean, if PvP is enabled in your game, it's always going to get sweaty, right? Just elitist jerks are going to be elitist jerks. That's coming from a LoL player over here. I have a whole AP Shiko account. So just if it's humanity, right? You give them a area to compete, and if your game takes off, there's going to be that people that want to be best in the game. Do like a lot less here. Let's start with this and see what happens. And then obviously like a big like case study for you would be you know, Legacy Sword and Steel or whatever they rebranded to, like Elder Dragon or whatever. Like you need to like really understand why Legacy Sword and Steel had failed, and what the community thought of different things. I actually enjoyed my experience on their first map in that game, but they went way too horror oriented in the second and third map. It was not inviting, and I think they lost people. A huge part of that was the second and third map. Okay, let's look at this. Oops. I think we need more streaky. If I even need. I like this temporarily just because it's a little bit of feedback. Maybe we need like a burst of something. Let me get, I can just copy from Explosion Basic. And copy this, paste, and then scale. It's going to be pretty tiny. Dot one, dot one. Why? Yeah, the only inspiration from Dark Dark style games I take is the idea that you're trying to exit a dungeon rather than enter it. Mostly everything else would change. Okay. Again, there's like a lot of, every extraction game seems to having sort of this direction of our creators, right? And even Legacy Sword in the Steel did the same thing, where, or Elderguard, is I guess is the what it's called. They all have like the PvE mode only, as well. All right, I just need to fade that out a bit more fast. Maybe fade it here. That's and so then you get into like, are you a co-op? Or it's like the extraction game stuff is like a fine walk, right? Like, if you don't do some of that stuff, are you a match-based game, or do you is there like a world that's persistent? I'm fine with that. Just trying to give something. All right, so I think I'm good on persistent overworld queue for matches in dungeon. Yeah, I do think extraction games need something like that. All right, yeah, it's auto text looking good. I definitely did not sit down today thinking at least. I need to go BRB. 1 second. But yeah, again, I think the extraction game stuff. I definitely think there's a lot of room for innovation in that space. All right, so I'm at this time where I need to look at my notes. Not those notes, these notes. All right, so warrior. I've done all of this, and then I did this today. And so I can start using this previous thing. So strategic, that animation's done. We need the different animations here. So this, I need that. Oh, I do need to make sure that's there. Database, loot, nope. I need to make sure all these have the auto attack. But yeah, I've been I usually try extraction games like I get into them really well, and then I'm just done because of the the full loop PvP aspect. I'm like, okay, no more for me. I did that with I bought the first season pass for Legacy Sword and Steel, really enjoyed it. But then, like, you die in such stupid things sometimes, or you're fighting a boss and someone just ganks you while you're fighting the boss. It's just so sour when you lose everything and all that time you invest in it. And then I did that with Vault Breakers. I did do Dark and Darker, but I probably lasted an hour in Dark and Darker. I didn't play after that. I still haven't tried Arc Raiders because I'm not really... I've kind of grown out of shooters. Alright, so auto attack is done. I can update that on my patch notes for the warrior. I'll just start another one. And let's see what else. So some of these are done. So pull was done. I do need more of these. So Enrage 1 is done. So this one's done. Because that's very fitting and looks good. I think Shield Bash has to keep that one. So Shield Bash. And Heavy Slam, I like. I think that's, where is that? That's here. Oops. Oh, I suppose one thing I didn't think about here is I have the base one, but how do I make the crit one look a little different? So base is good. I'll just do something simple, maybe. So Enrage, base, form change. Maybe we'll do 1.1. And then form change crit. Will be 1.25. My plan is to make dungeons vast so you're unlikely to run into other players and queue people with similar skill level together. I mean, at that, from a game design perspective, though, it's like, what's the point then? You might as well just separate people into PvE games and PvP games, and they can do whatever they want. And by the way, I'm in no way trying to like discourage you from your idea. I like talking about design, so um, I like going back and forth on different concepts and ideas, and don't ever think I'm trying to take away from your idea. It's like one of the things to think about is um, I need to do a little bit of an input lock on these, I think. We're going to do a like 1.5 input lock for this guy. And then a 0.5 for this guy. And then let's take duplicate, battlecry, rage crit. I think striking a balance between PvP and PvE has its own appeal, rather than catering to one or the other. Umbra Kira, hello, hello. Um, Hello, Umbra. Welcome back. The thrill of occasional PvP seems more fun to me than entering a chaotic deathmatch. Um, it comes down a little bit to your target audience, right? Um, who is the audience you're trying to establish and get? Because if you say you're sort of this extraction game, any all of the entire extraction game players come to your game, they're not going to be happy because they don't see anyone. So at that point, extraction games should never be part of your marketing at all because you wouldn't be serving them a purpose. So now you're targeting a different, more PvE player base at that point. Um, it might be better trying to I think that's a reason why like our creators is doing what they're doing, right? Like I think there's some like thing about like they're matchmaking friendly players with friendly players and more aggressive players with aggressive players. So it's almost like you're solving that problem through matchmaking in a little way. Um, so it's a little bit of like the businessy side of it would be a new player base. I'm not talking a particular community. Um, okay, that's that. Let's duplicate this. And so like it's just one of those things that becomes a little bit of a risk, right? Um, Trying to make a game that doesn't have a clear target audience always has a risk. So there's usually some like even though you say like there's not a particular player base, um, you're making a PvE game, right? So obviously PvE players is a target audience in some shape or form. Um, I know one thing I always thought was like would have been interesting is New World combat in an extraction game. I'm surprised no one has tried that. Like New World had a really good feel to their combat and stuff. That I thought would have worked extremely well in a um, extraction game. What am I testing? My brain is mush right now. Enrage, but I didn't even set the animation. Enrage, crit. And like even with Ruins of Tearyn, right? Like I'm mostly looking for, even though I'm not quite EverQuest or not quite WoW, I'm trying to appeal to the old school classic era of MMO players. And so that like a slower paced MMO, not button mashing um, type thing. More social experiences and that stuff. Just not directly, EQ players or whatever. That's nice and fast. And then the crit version coming up. And so what I'm doing right now is going through each rotation ruin and each crit rotation ruin and making slight gameplay feel differences to the animation. So the first was like this loud scream. I grew a little bit, but not a lot. And then now the crit version, I grow a lot, and it's a little bit slower of a rage. And it should have locked me in place a little bit, I believe. I wonder, I'm just going to try this because this is kind of in the same line of polish. If I go to, if I could smooth out that transition locally, that would be huge. Form, initialize, okay. A bunch of gibberish, whatever, yeah. Change character mesh. And where is the replicated variable? Oh, change skeleton mesh, okay. Scale update, sweet. And so when I do enrage, I don't need this. Form change. I'm using the actor scale. Actor scale update. So we're going to come over here and we're going to use a timeline or custom event. And we're going to CE form change scale actor scale smooth. And we're just going to have a value. Whoops. Okay. What the heck is going on here? It's going to be a vector. And I'm going to make a timeline. Oh, shoot. I can't make timelines. All right. It's a component, so I have to do this in the player master to make an interface here. Actually, we'll do it on the character, so we can use it for AI too. Function ROT, form change, actor scale smooth, and it's going to be a vector. And so we get the stack component here, and we do get owner smooth, and then in the character mesh here and right here, we're going to, we actually, instead of doing this, we can just go, so go to the event graph here, and I don't need that function there. Yeah, we're going to do this here. Long work. How are you doing? I am doing quite good, Melzy. How are you? We finished the Enchanter, so that's awesome. We've finished the Warrior abilities, also awesome. And I am now working on animations for the Warrior. Alright, timeline. This is timeline. Actor, scale, smooth. And this is just a float track. Probably 1 second's probably enough. 0, 0, 1, 1. Bro, stream working 3.5 hours. Hey, this is my second stream today. So I had a different I had an earlier stream as well. I don't even remember how long that was. Set actor scale. And we're going to save this off. Promote to variable. Form change actor scale and original. Gonna lerp. From get actor scale. Oh, and we also need to do get actor scale. So this is not original. This is going to be new. New. And this one is going to be original. Ta-da. And update. Set actor scale. And we're lerping from original to new with this value. Most of my viewers on Twitch, I don't really get too many viewers right now. So sometimes I have some on YouTube and sometimes on Twitch. There's been random weekends where I get like 50 viewers on YouTube. So like super random. Alright, so I'm trying to make this enrage like much smoother now. So instead of popping up, I grow up. And so that worked there. And so that was the R1 enrage. And so now I need the R1 crit enrage. And you can see I'm going up and down. I smoothly went down. So it looks like way more polished. Rawr. I worked on today, or this stream session, was this 3 auto attack. I got stuck on a bug that wasn't portraying it rightly or correctly. But now his auto attack has 3 different attacks there. There we go. That is so much better. That's got an awesome feel to it. Let me make sure it's working. It's replicating properly. And so if I gotta wait for the cooldown. Yep, he grew there. I should see him. Oh, I have to update the form change duration. It's I didn't update those. These should be, how long is this one? The crit power is 45 seconds. And then this one is 30 seconds. I use Windows 10. I tried upgrading on one of my computers, and they wouldn't let me like move the start bar or something. I was like, fuck that. I think it was at the time I had like a vertical monitor, and I wanted my start bar or my bottom menu bar on a certain spot, and like they wouldn't let me just naturally like move it to the left, the top, left, right, or bottom. Yeah, moving the start bar was a deal breaker for me too. Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, what do you mean I can't move my start bar where I want it? Are you kidding me? All right, 2. I grew up. Win 11 still has glitches. Yeah, I typically stay on an old Windows as long as I can. Dear God, how long I stayed on Windows XP. It was friggin' forever. Um, and then I don't know which one I stayed on. It was probably Windows 7 or 8. Was 7 the bad one? Vista was terrible. Um, I got my hard drive. Win 11 still has glitches. Got my hard drive corrupted. Yeah. And honestly, like a lot of times when you're doing game dev stuff, um, it can be a process when you upgrade operating systems, because you just find just random shit that doesn't work the same way it did, or like compile versions that are incompatible with each other, and it's like it's not like the end of the world, but it can be a little bit of a hassle. Like I don't want to add more work to myself right now. That's perfectly smooth. I love it. Um, it took me a lot to get away from Windows 7, and then I had to leave 10 because my work used Quick, which had so many issues in Win 10, which sucks, so I had to leave my baby behind. Yep. My C3 upgrade was awful. 2, had to upgrade all my runtimes and compilers. Yeah, I know. It's like I had one bug one time that literally took me 2 weeks to figure out, and the problem was I updated Visual Studios to the latest version because I just did like a big reformat on one of my computers. I was getting it up from nothing. So I downloaded the latest stuff, and I didn't realize that I think it was the compiler version of Community or Visual Community or whatever it is, wasn't compatible with either the Unreal Engine version or the PlayFab SDK. And so every time I tried to patch, I had like my own proprietary system for patching. It would crash the client, and it would work in the editor, but not when the game was packaged out of the Unreal stuff, and it drove me wild. Um, so like when it comes to game development stuff, a lot of times you want to use I rarely upgrade Unreal Engine versions unless there's like a dire need for something. Even though like because my code is all blueprint based, upgrading usually doesn't give me many problems in Unreal. But then it's the compatibility with PlayFab that can be a big concern. All right, that one's good. And the last thing I want, because I'm playtesting, now you just use Arch Linux. Yeah, I do need to get a PC running with Linux, because PlayFab I have my servers on Windows servers right now, and I could cut my costs in half in the future, at least the hourly cost, with Linux servers. And you can do like something with remote builds in Unreal. So I have one spare laptop I could put Linux on, and then do a remote build. And I don't know how it like works. I haven't done it before yet, but it would build. It would use that computer to build it. I think save the files on my computer. I don't remember how it works, but because you can do it. I looked into it a little bit. You can do a remote build with a Mac laptop for a Mac version of your game. But I never got it fully working because I didn't need to at the time. All right, so I polished up Enrage. Enrage is polished. That's good. Oh, I could. Why do I do this myself? Um, um, blur. Uh, yeah, so just got into something similar to that. We're using Google's artifact registry though, but it builds in the cloud and saves locally as well. Cool. You can use Debian for servers. I made a server with that. I was great. Companies use Debian or FreeBSD in that. So I use PlayFab for servers. It's more like the build out of like I already have dedicated servers, right? Through PlayFab. It's just the building component of the like I'm on Windows with Unreal. I can't just go export, um, Linux, Linux export. You need some sort of workflow that either you do it on a Linux build or have a remote building. Same thing for Apple, I think. You need like the Apple SDK and stuff, and like I'm a little bit fuzzy right now on the details, but um, it's the exporting of the dedicated server file and stuff. Um, and PlayFab has their own system for Linux servers. It's literally just like a different drop-down box or checkbox. But you need to have like the proper, what is it, container? I can't remember what it is. Um, okay. Where is? I'm gonna go to the enchanter real quick. Go to memory. Blur here. I think it's threat. I'm gonna steal the. Oh right, it's custom code. Yeah, you need a whole graphic signal converter thing to convert from OpenGL to Angle or any other Apple uses something else. They just might make it hard not having an open system. Yeah. And then like I think what stopped me with the Apple because I was like doing some random. I was still like doing it was like years ago. I was working on Castle Day, and I think there was a few Mac users in my community. I'm like, oh, well, it should just be export the game to Apple and like that's it, right? Like it shouldn't be that hard. And I started to look into it. It's like, oh, I can't just. It's not built in the Apple SDK to do an export for a build for Mac computers. Isn't just built into the raw Unreal. You have to like do a remote build or install it on a Mac laptop or something and do it through that. Um, I'm going to duplicate this and Rage. And then and I mean maybe it's changed since then. I don't know, but um, Steam OS uses Proton that converts OpenGL to Angle IG, and like it's what Linux people use to play Windows games, and it's getting the main road to play games, so there's no problem with Linux users. Cool. But the problem is Mac, yeah. Again, the Mac player base that play games is so small. Like when every AAA company like barely even cares about that audience, you know it's like super small. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's good enough. Whatever. All right. I do think I need to go to bed. My brain's toasted, and my kiddo's asleep, and Lord knows they're gonna wake me up. Um, um, I do know I like my threatening shout. So I'll go through the abilities real quick just to show people what the warrior looks like. So like I've been showing, we have now a auto attack that's got some variation on it. So diffs 1, 2, 3. There's no actual difference to the attack. It's just having a little bit of variation. So now we'll do our R1. So R1 is shield block, and it's increased chance to block. And the crit version is just a better version of it. So it doubles the duration and the value. Shift 2 or R2 is magic defense up. So it gives you a resist all buff. And then to magic specifically. 3 is a damage mitigation buff, so it's like both. We don't really have lore in the game. We're more like world building is kind of like world building. We're trying to just get an aesthetic of magic, a magical world. You know, we have like inspiration from Ghibli and stuff, so like a place you want to be in, but there's a sense of mystery, a sense of ancientness, and so it's more world building at this time and theming than actual lore or story building right now. I guess lore is kind of a word for it, but we want that sense of ancient magic and grandeur, you know, past civilizations that have gone. You know, the whole point of the name, right? Ruins of Tearyn is Tearyn, you know, the destruction of the previous ancient beings of Tearyn type thing. And so now we have the pull. So the pull's done. Now all of those shield abilities, the R1, 2, 3 will have different animations, but I haven't gotten there yet. And now we have threatening strike, which is your bread and butter, keeping threat up on R1. Oh wait, that's bleed. Those are R2. So R1 is here. Like Harry Potter without the Voldemort thing. So that's R1. Our Q1 is just threat. And Q2 is has bleed. And the bleed can actually crit. And every tick it gives threat. So it's like a threat builder. And then Q R3. Double attack. And then this is where the leap attack comes in. So before it was double attack, and now crit R3, leap attack. And then we have shield bash, which is an interrupt. The crit version of that does a silence instead. So then E2 is a knockback. And then it's just farther, I think, on a crit. Yeah. And that's really useful because you can do things like the tank is all about positioning the monster properly. So if you're like pulling to a group or something, you can even do stuff like this. Pull the monster here, and then, oh, I got the wrong. And then, if I don't mess it up, knock him back here, that thing, if you needed to reposition. And as you saw, E3 is a big slam stun, and so if you have a crit, it does a 4-second stun. No crit is a 2-second stun. Then R is just a bunch of stagger attacks and different efficiencies for stagger. So R1 is like the most efficient, and you can see the stagger bar there at the bottom. I'll probably make it a little more apparent. And then a crit is pretty much guaranteed stagger, and they get staggered. And now they're able to do a bunch more damage. I'm about to die here. I gotta refresh my stamina anyways. And on that note, boom, dead. Okay, bye, bro. Get some rest. Time of day. Thank you very much. And so, on the topic of stamina, we have some oh shit buttons for the warrior. So an R1 4 is Surge of Endurance, which gives you a stamina regen buff. These are it's going to be like a 5 to 10 minute cooldown on these. So you have to pick and choose which one you want to use. The next one is Fortify. So it gives you like 80% damage reduction, but if you move, it cancels. So another oh shit button there. And then the third one is actually a, if it's critical, it's AoE. If it's not critical, it's a single target. But it's a protect allies buff, and you basically, any damage that's dealt to them is transferred to you. And the R3 crit is like 50% for instant area effect, so it can affect your whole team. And 50% of damage is gone to you. I think it is. And it uses like your mitigation rolls. And then single target is obviously, if I go here, I can do, I still like watching my death screen. I'm proud of it. Yeah, you can walk up to someone and put the buff on them. And so then they would, damage they take would get transferred to you. And so that still is like an oh shit button again. It's like, oh, you can't take a threat for some reason. I'll save them. Or try and use some of his combo. And next up is break armor. So standard, physical armor reduction or resist physical reduction. And then on the second R2 is power reduction. So it makes them take, so you have them increase more damage from physical attacks, and then you can make them deal less damage with anything. So I might have to get into segmenting out. Like right now, power is basically weapon damage in Vertical Third or Ruins of Tearyn. So I might have to start segmenting out like fire damage and stuff. I'll have to think about that. But right now it's just a weakening on your R2 of this. It just, if they hit you for 10, reduce it by like 4 or something. So they hit you for 6. And then the third one I think is my AoE snare. Or it's just a snare. And then the crit version of all of these is AoE. And so now I can hit this and do a shout, and then everything's kind of got. This time I did break armor. I was supposed to do a snare, but all of these kind of function as a single target versus a area effect. So now they're snared, area effect snared. And then I've kind of shown the enrage. Just kind of buffed that up. I really like how I smoothed that out. And the 2 of this is an AoE knockback. Boom. So again, a lot of moving monsters around. Might save people one day. And the 3 of this is the threat generator. That's the threat generator. So that's just a big AoE threat generator. And so that's the warrior. And so now I've just, again, it's all up to just figure out the animations. I like to have basically each ability basically has its own animation. Like the R1 will have an animation, R2 will have an animation, and R3 will have an animation. And then the crit version will be like slightly slower type thing. And I'll play with timing of that same animation to get a bit of a different feel. And so this one you're locked for like a second and a half as you charge up and you get bigger. Whereas the other one you're only locked for like a half second. Big damage. Yeah, so got sidetracked with bugs on this session, but I'm happy I found them, to be honest. And then got the warrior kind of auto attack a little bit more polished. There's a couple abilities I saw there. So the threatening shout I like. I can't remember which ability he uses. Yeah, I like that for um, threatening shout. I think I just still have the enrage for knockback, right? Yeah, so that one needs one for sure. Leaping strike is done. I think bleed is done. Let me double check this. Q. Yeah, bleed is done. I'll keep that one. Oh, I guess I need, shoot, I always keep forgetting this. The base of these are done. I still need to make changes to the crit. Well, actually, leaping strike is done because the base is double attack. So that one's done. The base of bleed is done. And then I think Q's good. Yeah, I think Q is the base of that is done. Heavy slam stun, base is good. I have to modify the crit. Shield bash. Obviously this one's good. I need a mark to do on resurrect. Input lock. For 2 to 3 seconds. Force res animation to finish. All right. So shield bash. Obviously, this one has to stay like this. Base is done. Crit needs something. Yeah, that's good. I need a different one for the knockback. Shield defense. I do have the oh shit button. Where is it? Do I not have it here anymore? Huh. Apparently I don't have it. Surge of endurance. Base crit. Then we have fortify. Now fortify is complete. I don't think I'm going to do too much because it's pretty it's using its own thing. I might have some like spell effects and stuff I do differently, but I'm not going to want to change that, whether it's a yeah, I'm just going to do different spell effects or something. And then the protect ally. Crit. Those all need things. Break armor. I think crippling strike might be done. Yeah. Crippling strike base is done. I don't think I did anything for. These are just shield smashes still. Yeah, okay. And then stagger is still just shield smash. Do I have new ones to do all those? I could just do different effects on some of these. On the block one, shield block. One of these will have this for sure. But yeah, there might be just VFX differences here. But maybe not. We'll see. Alright, at least I have a little bit of a rundown of what's next. So I need to get all these different animations going tomorrow. But yeah, overall, I'm happy. Tomorrow will be day 3 working on the warrior stuff, so I think I can actually get through it tomorrow. And then we're on to the next one. Which will probably be, I think I'm leaning towards cleric or archer next. Cleric, I think, has an easier set of spells to go do. Alrighty. Yeah. It's been pretty good so far. Wait, what was that last error? Okay, that's something else, I think. Or about that later. Alright, save all.
Let me check for anything here. Submit. Alrighty, that's the end of the stream. Thank you for watching, everyone. Melzy, Umbra, Ice Craig. Appreciate you guys, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. I'll be, I'm assuming my kid's gonna wake me up, and I'll probably be on around noon. So it's in like 6 to 8 hours. I'll probably be on. There's a small chance I'll wake up with a few games of League. We'll see. Catch you guys later.